Let's take a look at what we did yesterday. Some things I was able to cover, some things I wasn't. It's going to be like that because it's a lot of materials, and even with excellent planning that I do before this presentation, sometimes it just doesn't go the direction I want it to go, and every now and then I miss a few things. So we'll try to make sure that we cover them by reviewing. So let's take a look at what we did. We talked about what are elements on the web applications, talked about buttons and stuff, input fields, hypertext. We talked about links, partial links, and so forth. Didn't talk about graphs and forms. I don't think that needs much of an explanation. Don't want to waste your time there. We talked about DOM, which is nothing but just the inspect area of the HTML code. The entire HTML code page is called the DOM. We learn how to open it up. One way is right click and click on inspect, or shortcut key is F12. If your F12 doesn't work, try F11 on your keyboard. It's usually very top of the keyboard on the right side. You'll find that. We talked about a few properties inside the DOM, that each of these opening tag, and then, excuse me, I don't know why this keeps moving out. Each of these opening tags and then ending in the closing tag, the whole statement is called a node. The very first word inside the node is called a tag name. You saw that in the HTML class. We talked about the properties inside the first opening tag, right after the opening tag, notice, and then here's the end of the opening tag right there. All of these are properties, and in these properties we call, each of these properties we call attribute. Attribute is the field of the property, and attribute value is whatever the actual changing dynamic value that will be given to that particular attribute. And you will notice that any plain text that's going to be printed out on the website, it's going to be in between the sandwich of the first opening tag and then the last and the closing tag right there. So whatever you put inside, this is the opening tag all the way up to here. And then anything after that, sandwich between the two slices of the bread, is going to show up on the website. You're also going to see that this is in black font. That's another hint for you that this is what's going to get displayed. So anytime you see the font color in black, you know that that's a text. It's important that you know that's a text because as a test automation engineer, you're going to be interacting with these data. These are the data that you're going to directly pick it up from the website, and then you're going to make some validation analysis to see if they're correct or not. You're going to add those things in there. So, 1 second. Do that. All right. We talked about element locators. What is that? We said that for Selenium WebDriver to do something with any element, there are two things that needs to happen. The WebDriver need to find the element first. And second step is after finding the element, perform an action. Okay? So this finding the element part is this piece right here, all of this. Over here, I listed 6 options. Um, yeah, 6 of them. Yesterday, I showed you how to use the ID way of locating an element and name way of locating an element. And today, I will show you how to use link text, XPath, CSS. We can try the class name as well, which is kind of the same as ID. Pretty easy. What's going to be a little bit difficult is this XPath here. And to be honest with you, this is the holy grail of finding an element. This is like you take a straight flight into the element, and it doesn't matter if there is no roads, if there are no bridges, if there's ocean between, whatever, whatnot, you can always get to the element using the XPath. So currently in my test automation for my company, I only use XPath. I don't even worry about IDs or other things. I've noticed that sometimes IDs change and then my test cases fail. Now in this XPath, it's all depends on how you design it. If you design it well, it will not fail. If you design it poorly, it will fail. I'll try to give you all those intelligence. There's one thing that's not listed here is called partial link text. So it's kind of like this link text here, which I'll show you today. It's called partial, just half of it basically. It's in camel case. Partial link text. Okay. These are not bad. Linked text are okay as well. Um, you need to learn all this because in the interview, they're going to ask you. I had an interview where my boss asked me, well, my current boss basically, he asked me, he showed me um, one of the elements in a website, and he's like, what will be the best way to identify this element, to locate the element? And the correct answer was basically text, linked text. But I thought that XPath is the best and probably just say that is the best way to do it. But he was like, well, if you wanted to do it faster, you could have just used the link text. I mean, yeah, XPath is going to work, but link text would have been faster. So sometimes, you decide. XPath, you have to actually write it up more like another code language, but all the other ones right here, XPath and CSS is kind of like a little bit of a code language. All the other ones are pretty easy. We did some methods. We saw that driver.get takes us to a website, find element, locates the element for us. Whenever we want to type something inside a field, we use send text. If we want to click a button, very obvious, use the method called dot click. I should probably put dot in here because when they ask you, these are your Selenium methods, by the way, guys. When in the interview, they're going to ask you, well, how do you type something? They may use the word method or not. If they say, how do you use Selenium to type something in the input field in a form? I don't care how they ask you that question. They're not going to ask you the question in a beautiful way, the way you would want it to be asked. Don't expect that. Try to be very intelligent in listening to your interviewer and try to understand what he's trying to hear from you. And it's not very technical stuff. They're not going to ask you that much technical stuff that you might be afraid of. Don't. They know what they're hiring you for. So if they say, how do you, very vaguely, they could say, how do you type something in a form with Selenium? They may not even say with Selenium. You're going to say you can use the dot send keys method. Okay. You want to be proper though. You want to say the method, send dot keys method. So just that's your answer. You don't have to explain anything. And they probably have a script in front of them with that answer written down. And they will give you a check mark saying, okay, you qualify, you qualify. They might ask you 20 questions and you answer maybe 16 questions correctly. They will move you forward to the next level of interview, which is going to be maybe your team. And that might be your last interview of getting that job offer. So you got to take all your interviews very seriously. We forgot to do this one, the get title. This driver dot get title is a method that you don't really need to find the element. It has something built in that it will find the element for you and go get that title for you, meaning anything that has a tag with a title tag name, it's going to get it for you. So we could have just used this one. I totally blacked out and went a little bit more difficult way, but I'll show you how that can be done. I'll show you this manage method. We talked about is displayed, is enabled, and is selected. We only use this method, is displayed. Other two, I will show you maybe next weekend. And um, dot quit method is going to just kill the web browser and shut it down. And you saw that. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. And we automated this particular test case of just logging in, checking to see if everything works or not. I'm going to expand this today with valid users and forgot to show you the invalid user. So what would happen if um, user is invalid and how we do that? So we'll cover that today. Got a long day of class today. There's a lot of materials. So in today's class, hopefully I'm able to show you all of this. And this is by far probably the most important class of your test automation because all the information is packed on this one. After that, it's just advanced level stuff, but this will get you going. Meaning, after this class, you pretty much know how the test automation is done. And if you just practice what you got so far, you can still get a job. I would still recommend finish the course to get more stuff on under your belt. So we'll cover the locators, see how we can do that. I'll show you how CSS works. We'll talk about XPath, absolute and relative XPath. So there's two different kinds. And I'll show you the XPath method called text, contains how to use OR and the star symbol. We're going to get into weights. So far, you used one kind of weight, which is, who remembers? How do we slow down the Java, the executor? It was thread dot sleep. And then we put in, let's say, 3000 and semicolon to close. How long is this command going to slow down the executor? How long will the executor wait here with these
It's
numbers?
3 seconds.
3 seconds, correct. So this 3 second is the simplest way you can pause your executor, but it is not a good way to do it. Why? Because it will wait there for 3 seconds no matter what. Okay? Um, what's a good way to do it? There's something called implicit wait and explicit wait. And we will look into that. And those waits are going to be dynamic and kind of like a human being. Like somebody walks in through the door, and by the time you open the door and you shake their hand, say, "Oh, Johnny, you're here." Well, that might take you 2 seconds. Sometimes it might take you 5 seconds because you're in the kitchen and you're walking your way to the door. Other times it's freezing outside, your door is stuck, you're like trying to juggle through, might take 8 seconds. Okay. But if you put in, let's say, 8 seconds, thinking, okay, it takes 8 seconds maximum, I'll just put 8 seconds. That means when in a good day, you are right next to the door and Johnny has to ring the bell and you open the door, but you can't shake the hand of Johnny because you have to wait that 8 seconds. And then you can say, after 8 seconds, while you're still looking at Johnny, "Hey, Johnny, you just showed up. Okay, great." Well, that's what the thread.sleep will do. It will just hold the executor there, even if the element is still there and you don't really have to wait for it. So that's why it's important to use weights that are very much like human intelligence. And if elements show up, then go ahead and do it. If element doesn't show up, wait a little bit and then maximum certain weight, then get out. I may or may not be able to cover this select a random class, but we'll see. Um, I might show you. Might show you these other two classes, which one you already saw, the by class, and I might show you another one called web element and show you how that works. Kind of got an idea of what this is. He's displayed, is enabled, is selected. These are all Selenium method. Um, JUnit failure report, we may be able to show you this timeout exception and how to handle this timeout exception. I might also show you how to handle the no such element exception. We'll do a test case and leave you with the homework of two test cases. One is for basic navigation, smoke test, and um, page display validation maybe or something. We'll check that out later down the road. Okay, so yesterday what I missed was we did the State FiOS project here and we went to this class login test. Close this out. We did this part of the code and in our validation here, this is validation and these were actions. Okay, we're going to modify this a little bit. So each of these is a user action going somewhere, doing something, typing in the password, clicking on the login button. And then after doing that, you did a bit of a validation here. You printed out test complete, test pass, whatnot, and you quit the driver. You really don't have to print these things out. But if you want to make the console look nicer, you can. You got to report. These things go in the report very well. So JUnit gives you a pretty good report as well. How did we validate? We went to driver, we told the driver to find an element which was a side navigation menu, and then we said we checked to see if it is displayed. So is displayed gave us true or false if it was getting displayed. Then test was getting passed. Now we're going to change this to validating the title. So let's take a look at how that title looks like. This is a quick way to validate. Here's the page. Watch this. If I inspect this and look for title here under this head, nothing new. You know where the title lies. It's inside the head from the HTML class. Look at this. This is the title text. And this title is not going to be the same after you log in. Your login page is going to have a different title. The dashboard page is going to have a different title. So here you go. I log in and this is the dashboard page. And if I open up the head section and look for the title tag, then I have this title, but almost everything is still the same. Take files, test application, and billing. I think we saw that same thing in the other title, but only difference is this one has the word dashboard. You see that? So depending on what we see and how we can differentiate is how we're going to be validating it. So let's go back again to the login page and see how it was. Here's the login page. Let me just copy this. So here I'm going to copy this, double click and Control C. And here's my notepad. It'll be easier for you to visualize it. This is the login page title. And after I log in, if I copy this title from here, that's the dashboard page. Rest of these are exactly same. The only difference is login page has this title word login and dashboard page has this word called dashboard. So we could now use this word called dashboard, which is unique for that dashboard only, and really check to see if this title thing um, contains this word dashboard or not. If the title contains this dashboard, then we can pass the test. If the dashboard does not contain that title word called dashboard, then we could say fail the test. Why? Because honestly, if you logged in and you landed on the page, it's bound to show you this word dashboard in that title. If it doesn't, then you may have one day landed on some other page or not even landed on any page. You're probably still on the login page. Either way, whatever that might be, your test is going to tell you something. It's going to say that it failed. You can then manually go in there and check to see why it failed. And there could be a million reasons why that page could have failed, that your login could have failed. But whatever that is, that's when your human intelligence is needed. And this is why the test automation is not becoming artificial intelligence yet, because they cannot take a human being out of this complete automated picture. A human is still needs to go in there and analyze the final pieces, which is a good thing for you because you're going to have that job security. Anyway, let's see how we're going to do this. First, let's take a look at this method that um, Selenium gives us. And I'll show you how to use it and we will kind of expand on it. So suppose I take this piece right here and I'm going to really delete this out. I don't need that. So I'm going to have my validation here. So first I want to show you how this get title works. So what you do is you say driver dot get, and if you notice here, it has a method called get title. So you don't even have to find the element, just say get title and it's going to give you the title of that particular page. How about we do this? If I just say get title, yeah, it's going to give me the title, but it's not going to print anywhere. Nobody's going to be able to see it. This method is going to return that get title, but it won't show up anywhere because I'm not really displaying this. Who can tell me what do I have to do with this so that it shows up in the console here?
Send key.
Send key is when you want to actually type something inside the website. But this method is like your tortilla maker. It takes something. Sometimes it doesn't take anything. When you activate the machine, when you turn on the switch, it returns the tortilla. In this case, this method is going to return the title that we just saw, which was this piece right here. Dashboard, deck files test, billing. So this method is going to return that, but it's going to die right here. That thing is going to return, but it's going to die right here. It's going to show up and it's going to die. How do I make that visible here?
Do we need to scan a scanner?
Scanner is the opposite, Stanley. Scanner you would use if you want to type something in here to feed that info inside your Java code. I want just the opposite.
Print.
Yes.
Now you are talking.
Sys-out.
Exactly. Now you're talking. Sysout or system out is when you take your crap over here and then you want that to get displayed here. And scanner is the opposite, is when you want to type something here and you feed it to the machine of the Java that you have. Scanner is the way you interact with your code, and sysout is the way Java will interact by printing it out to you. Clear? Very important. This is Java 101. Little sad that it took you so long to figure this out. So you do this sysout, and in here is where you need that. Okay. Right in here. Whatever goes in here comes out in here. Yes? Now, we just said that this whole thing gives us the title. So why can't we just put this whole thing right here? If I take this whole piece of code, I don't need the semicolon, minus the semicolon, because each sentence or each statement has only one semicolon to tell the Java, hey, I stopped here. And then you take a nap, come back on my next statement. Each time you see a semicolon, you take a nap, that's a different logic. So when I'm going to insert this right here, I don't need that semicolon anymore. But if I have it written out separately, I'm going to need that semicolon or it's going to give me an error. Another thing I could have done is I could actually take this and store it in a container with an equal sign saying, hey, I got a bucket right here of string. Why don't you store that in here? And then take that bucket name and print it out here. You've seen this in my Java classes. I don't want to go back and reteach this thing. But the idea is when would you can somebody tell me why would I store when would be a good situation that I would really want to store this in a bucket and then use the bucket name versus I don't put it in a temporary bucket. I use this directly right here and then it's gone. Why wouldn't I do that?
Because the title name may be changed, and if it is changed, the changed one will be saved automatically.
Yes.
Actually, when we use this repeatedly,
Mhm.
so it should go to the bucket with a very simple thing like uh, string s equals then driver dot get title and parenthesis. Then if I put s, so s is dynamic. When the driver dot get dot title is changed, so it will automatically take and it will use it. So it is the simple way, not need to remember everything always.
So what Chisti is saying, so the question was basically when to store data versus not store or and use it directly. So what he said, when using repeatedly, this is a bit smaller here, too small. For repeated use,
We use the bucket.
store the data in a storage. Okay. But if the data is only going to be used once, then don't, excuse me, then don't need to store it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You are going to use vanilla essence only once, let's say, and you will never make that cake again where it's going to take that vanilla essence. You really don't need to put that vanilla essence on your cabinet and take up the space because by the time you use that again, it's going to be expired. So you might as well just use it and chug it into the trash if you know that's the case. But let's say the can of sugar, every time you cook, you use a little bit of sugar or the salt, especially the salt. You're going to be needing the salt over and over on a daily basis. Yeah, you need a storage for that. I am not going to need a storage here. So get back in here, delete this. We're only going to be using this once. Therefore, I really don't need to store it, but I just want to pull this in here and show you how it looks. Slowly get into this validation first, because you need to get a feel for it. Let's take a look at how does it really look. So if we print this title out, how does that look? And by the way, I'm going to put a little bit of a info right here. I'm going to say, okay, just get rid of this. What do I say? We're going to say after login. Okay. So here's the login. We clicked on it. After login page title. And watch this. I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to paste it right after this. And I'm going to say before logging in or login page title. Login page title. So what's going to happen is first we're going to go to this website. and Java is going to print out this page title of the login page. Then it's going to do those three operations. Click on the login button and then print out the title of the page after logging in, and then it's going to quit the driver and then be done with it. Let's debug run it so you see what's going on. We'll just stop it right here. Hit the debug. There's the console, and here's the website. So I'm going to put it right here. Bring this here, and I'm just going to make it small. I can make this console go small as well. So a step over, it goes to this site right there. Now it's going to print out this thing here. Let me just bring it down here. So just as soon as I do a step over, it's going to print out this login page title and then whatever the page title is. Right there. Look at this. Login page title. And it says login, take files, test application, billing. Are you guys with me so far?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to step over. It's going to insert the username, which you see right here. It's going to get inserted right there. I'm not going to draw very much later down the road, so just FYI. Hope you don't expect me to make this too much baby for you later down the road. We need to step up and do this faster later. And see that? Password got in there. And now it's going to click on that button. And there's the clicked on that button. It went into the dashboard. It's waiting on this green line here. And if I execute this one, it's going to print out that word after login page title and then pick up the page title with this command and print it out right here for me. So there you go. Right there. After login page title, notice the page title has this time something called dashboard instead of the word login. And then it has these other things which are also exactly same as what we saw here. And then last thing, hit that quit, done, close, your test passed. If you want to see your test results, it's going to be on your left side also with JUnit right there. That's your JUnit report. It's telling you briefly that 1 out of 1 test ran, passed, no errors, no failures, and everything is, there's no red bar right here. So you're good with that. Any question?
No.
With that idea, let's create this validation. Let's take a look at this. So now you know that this piece of code here, this piece of code contains the title. Yeah. And you know the dashboard title has the word called dashboard. So we can put a easy validation right here. Somebody want to give that a shot? What kind of Java logic do you have to use? That's the first thing.
If
If,
else,
very good. Very good. Look, if you think you're thinking in the word called if, that should ring a bell in your head, and this is how engineers design this language, is then you have to use this if statement. So when I ask you that question, what type of logic, I want to hear from you, if statement. Okay? Or switch. But really, switch, you need a whole lot of other things there to make it more useful for the switch. If it's just one simple logic, just use if statement. So here's the shell of the if statement. What next?
if else, else.
Don't worry about the else right now. First, organize this one for me. Tell me what to do here, guys. Right now, you have everything you need to piece
So,
together this validation. Everything you need, trust me. All the methods that I taught you so far in the Java class, and then I just gave you this thing right here. You got it all. You just gotta piece together the logic.
okay, so within the
Let's write the
parentheses, you
pseudocode,
have to
okay?
write
Let's
the
let's
code.
write the pseudocode here. Here's pseudocode. Okay, pseudocode. Let me do it this way.
If driver.get gets the title with dashboard, then the test is passed.
Say that again. Hold on. Let me write this down. So pseudocode. If in the interview asks you, how would you validate pseudocode? U-D-O. Pseudocode. I don't know if that spelling is correct. So pseudocode is explain in your English word how would you set up the logic to validate the dashboard page displayed. Once you have your pseudocode, then you start converting that English into Java mathematics. Okay? And that's it, you're done. So you gotta be able, for you to be an engineer, you have to know what the pseudocode would look like and think about that in your head, or even write it down somewhere if you need to, and then be able to convert that into a Java code. You don't need to learn any more Java. You already have all the Java you need. That's it. So Raju, you said what? If
When we got the information that driver.get title, then if it shows the title with dashboard, then we can say it is passed.
else fail.
Yes.
Else fail. Okay. Very, very nice. I like it. I really like it. So if you say, so you're basically saying if this driver.get, that driver.get has the word what? Dashboard?
Dashboard.
Dashboard in it, then we can say it passed or else failed. Is that what you wanted to say?
Yes.
Okay. How hard is this to put it into Java? Actually, you already have it. Look at this. I'm just going to copy this right here, and I'm going to convert this into Java. Okay. So this if statement, obviously, I need to write it in lowercase if. Agree?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And this is the logic that goes after. Driver has the word dashboard in it. So obviously, Java doesn't require you to write all that. So, but we can still write this much. We can do that bracket and bring this logic here, driver.get title. So I can just copy that, making sure that I'm not making any mistake right here in spelling. I just copy that. I'm going to get title. Okay. And here's my bracket going to stop for the logic. And after the logic, what do we have? We have open, close, this parenthesis, and then all other junk is going to be in here. So I'm just going to bring all this junk right here. With me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. So let's fix this here. We can't really say has the word that, but we do know some methods here, don't we? If we hit a dot, hint,
Dot. Uh, equals dashboard.
Content equals
Dot like ignore case or something. Ignore
Dot
case, right?
dot equals ignore case.
I hear a lot of opinions, and let's talk about it.
I need the word dashboard, so it should contain something. That is why I think that it needs to use the content.
So Raju, are you locked into contains? We're gonna play
Yes.
this like a little TV game right now. Deal or no deal. So you are locked into contains. And I heard somebody say dot equals ignore case.
Yes, it's me.
Not content. Contains. It's content.
Content?
Yes.
So you're not on this one.
No.
Which you're saying which one? This one here? Content equal?
Oh, just
Chisti?
no.
Are you
No.
locked
Sorry.
in on this one?
Dot equals
First
ignore
one.
case.
First one contains. I locked with it.
So Raju is locked into this one. And Chisti, are you locked into this one? Equal
Yes.
ignore case.
Yes, equals ignore case.
Okay, so Chisti is locked into this one. Stanley, you have any opinion?
Equals ignore case.
Equal ignore case. Okay. The correct answer, and the $65 million goes to Raju.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The reason is the problem with dot equals ignore case is it's going to take everything that was in that title, which was the whole thing, meaning dashboard, dash, deck, files, test, application, dash, billing. Okay. If you do dot equals ignore case, Java is going to take this whole thing, ignore all the cases, and try to see if that matches with the word dashboard. Do you think it's going to match?
Yes.
Is it going to match with the dot
Oh.
equals ignore case?
No, it will not match with dashboard.
No, not with the dot equals ignore case.
Yeah. If you say dot equals ignore case, the only way it's going to match is this if you write this whole thing in here.
Yep.
Only thing that Java will ignore is the uppercase or lowercase, but Java is not going to let you go saying it. Yeah, I saw dashboard, but I didn't see billing, so it's okay. I'll let you call it a pass. No, no. It's so crucial that if it has even an empty space that you don't even see it, Java is going to take that as a character and tell you fail. That it doesn't match. Understand?
Yeah.
So you better be careful how you design your test because you could just fail for no reason. But contains, the method contains is like lot less punishing. It will just say, is it there? Even if it's a little piece of it, even if you say like DASH, it will just look at the DASH and see, does it contain, does this whole thing contain that little piece? And it will say pass. It won't be so punishingly crucial. Therefore, contains is the proper method. Now, there is some issues with that as well. But watch this. So if I say dot contains, and inside this contains is what I'm going to put as dash. And the rest of the stuff, I don't even need. So I copy this, cut it from here, paste it in here, and get rid of this. And that's my logic part of Java. Understand?
Yeah.
You already saw that dashboard thing that came in as a capital D. And I did use capital D here. It's going, if the dashboard page shows up, this will pass. What if one day this capital D, the developer accidentally changed it to lowercase d? Do you think this will pass if lowercase d was changed?
No.
No.
It would fail. So your test case is good now. 6 months down the road, your test case is not awesome. You are just an average automation engineer. You're not to the advanced super level where people are going to be looking at you like, wow, he thinks in such a wonderful way. He's genius. Well, he's my asset in my company. So there's a little fine line. This is a mistake the engineers make. Right here is where you're going to become like number one versus top 5% versus top 30%.
Contains to lowercase should
Yes.
dot
Where do I put that?
contains dot to lowercase.
Contains dot right here.
No. Before that, before the dashboard.
Before right here. Dot.
Yes. Contains dot.
If I put a dot
No,
here, nothing shows up.
nothing shows up. After the dashboard,
After the dashboard, dot, nothing shows up. But you're right. It is dot to lowercase. I'll show you that just a second. Let's finish up this rest of the part. So we said if that's the case, then we're gonna say passed. So all I need to do here, we don't need this then, we don't need to say we can say. We can just say what? Sys out.
A test pass.
Test passed. Okay? This else thing is gonna be here. Else, you can just say notice I didn't even put brackets in here. And then delete all this. I don't
Else.
have to have these brackets all the time. Sometimes Java is smart enough to understand that else dia to me, sorry, I ended up in Bengali. Else, and then you wrote this, and then you finished it right here on one sentence, and then you have a gap right here. That's part of this piece. You don't have to put a bracket if you don't want to. But if you do put curly braces, that's fine too. Why is this causing issues?
You don't need the semicolon.
I need the semicolon right here.
Yes. Yes.
This bracket doesn't need a semicolon. But again, you don't need that. Let's run this and see how that works. We'll debug it and we'll put it over here. We'll, right after logging in, we'll bring it here. There's debug. We're at this point, right? Oops. Oh, I never finished that test. Debug. All right, so we're right here in this execution at this moment, and there is a way display selected console, clear console. In IntelliJ, I got something where you can actually type this in and it's going to give you the value. Open console. I've never checked to see if I have this feature here. Console view. No. Display selected console. Word wrap. Scroll. Clear console. Breakpoints. Variables. Variables.
If we store it, we can see.
Yeah, we could have seen it, but I like the IntelliJ. I can just open up a, oh, look at this. Maybe we can type this. How did I get there? Variables. Where was it? Bear with me, guys. I might be able to figure this out right now. Driver. Oh, I can't type. Damn it. So you see what the beauty of IntelliJ is that I can right now type in driver.getTitle right here and hit an enter, and it tells me what's in there. And I've never seen this feature here, but there has to be expression. And I don't use this much. Sorry, give me a second. I might. Looks like I can type in here. Why does it allow me to type in here? Driver dot get title. No. Also. Anyway, sorry. Close it out. Press it. So I wish I could really show you. What about right click? Um, over here. Okay, step over. Let's see what happens. It says this contains, can you see that up there?
Yes,
This contains return
it's true.
true. Therefore, the Java went into this test pass section. And if I do a step over, it's going to print out test passed. This else section will not get executed. So it's going to skip that and go right into this area right there. And then finish the test. And we'll just call it a done. Okay, test passed. And we're done. Now, if I change this to, let's say, lowercase d, watch what happens. Debug.
It will fail.
So let's project window, go here. And I did not execute, so it says method did not return anything yet. So hit that. It didn't go here. And then that contains return false, and then ended up here, and it's now going to say test fail and exit out of the test. So Raju, where you needed to fix this is right here. You take this title first, and then you put a dot and say, I'm going to convert everything to lowercase. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You could take this whole thing, you convert it to lowercase. Excuse me. You convert this piece, whatever's inside that, to lowercase, and then that whole thing becomes just a lowercase dashboard title. You take that whole thing and then you check contains, meaning does it have the word lowercase dashboard? Now you purposefully put this lowercase because you know that everything in here is going to be lowercase now after adding this piece there. Therefore, you are going to use this lowercase to check that. Now, this is like the best way to do this. With me so far?
Yes.
Let's finish this up. If no more questions, we'll be done with this. Now, I am going to clean this up a little bit. We don't need the pseudocode part. All right, we don't even need to print this out. If you don't want to, we'll just leave it in there. It's okay. I need this extra line here. And, excuse me, that, and Control-Shift-F to align, make sure everything aligned. Run it for one good measure again. So hit the run button. There you go. Opened up, logged in, went in, saw the dashboard, passed, got out, we're done. You got this green bar. Your console showed test pass, and you're out of there. Let's take 5 minutes or come back and go into another test case where you're gonna need XPath and other things. So
Can you please text it to the notepad?
yes.
I have a question. Like, my test failed.
Mm-hmm. What was that?
It's like, yeah, my test is failed. It's showing is failed. Is it like dashboard? I have to give a lowercase all, or if I give a caps D is fine.
Well, you see, if it depends on how you want to do it. If you say to lowercase, obviously your contains has to be in lowercase. You want to compare with the lowercase apple to apples. You don't want to compare apple to oranges.
Okay,
But let's say tomorrow I want to change this to uppercase, dot to uppercase. Well, then in that case, if you compare this lowercase with everything that's inside the dashboard uppercase, it will always, always, always fail. Even if it have like 1,000 dashboard word in there, it will always fail because Java doesn't understand a uppercase dashboard versus a lowercase dashboard. In that case, you would have to change this to all cap dashboard.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Now it's
All right. I'll see you back in 5 minutes.
okay.
All right, everybody's back. So for today's class, we're going to create a new project and then do some tasks. As I'm doing some things, I'm going to show you how they really play in this so you get a hands-on idea of what it is. So I'm going to create a project, see how project is created again. New project, Maven, next, next. Pick up the archetype here. And by the way, Gisty yesterday told me that this first one that's coming from GitHub is a simpler project that also works. Doesn't need all those dependencies. Only 2 to 3 dependencies should work just fine. I have not experimented with that yet, so I don't want to waste time going in there. But you're welcome to experiment with that. I'm just gonna go with that 1.4. Next. And this time I'm going to give it the name called the name of the class, which is locators and weights. Locators dash weights. And not going to need that button. Hit the finish button. Can close this now. Save it, close it. We got this locators and weights opened up. Delete this folder. Delete that folder. Not folder, but package. Everything else looks good. Right click, sorry, double click, open up the POM file. I'll do a few things here. Change this compiler to 1.8. I really don't need that because I'm going to copy that JUnit. So I'm just going to clean this space up. This is where I'm going to bring the dependencies. Well, we already have it in this text files test POM file, so I can just copy it from this file. Here are the dependencies. There's that Selenium Java. This is Selenium Server. This is JUnit. And for good measure, we needed this SLFJ4J simple so that we don't get certain errors. So I'm going to copy that, close this off, save it, and paste it in here. I have the all 4 dependencies, 1, 2, 3, and 4. No need that extra space. Leave everything else the way it is. And hit the save button. It will bring in. Look at this Maven folder right here. It only has JUnit 4 and Hamcrest. If I hit the save button, this will become huge. Watch this. It automatically went and downloaded that particular version and filled it up with all the stuff you need, including the Selenium stuff right here. Selenium server. All the Selenium jar files are here now. Anyway, you understand now that, and you go to your project name and go to run as Maven build and set the goal is clean, install, and run. You got to do it only one time. And make sure everything marinated and cooked up well. And it's going to show up in the console. Warning is fine. Error is not fine. Build success is fine. Build failure, you got a problem. So we got that now. Now we can start working on it. We create a folder called driver to put our WebDriver file in there. and pull in, where is it? That program files driver, take that driver, drag and drop on it, copy that, got it. In the test folder, write new, get a Java package called test. And in test, we're going to have this new class called login page, login test. Finish that. Do that here. Excuse me. There. So we got that, and I'm going to go to the previous project and copy some code from here. So this was the login test from the previous project. I am going to copy this method that logs us in, copy that, and paste it right in here. Let me minimize this for now. All right. So this was your validate user through a valid user should be able to log in. What if you are an invalid user and somebody trying to log in with a fake username and password, and the developer did not code this website properly, meaning that someone in here can put in any gibberish username and password and they're able to log into it. Well, that's going to be a major security issue. You can't allow that, and it can happen. So you need to do a negative test as a test automation engineer. Always look for negative testing. Some cases you may have negative test options, others may not. But if you are able to find a negative test and do that, you are going to catch issues. Like, for example, how many ways can hacker hack into this? Well, what if the security system is not so well set up that you could put in a username, fake username, like fake, and a fake password, and then sign in? It doesn't even check, it signs you in. Or their checking process, developers checking process one day failed. How does it fail? Well, somebody went in, messed up the code a little bit and didn't know what they were doing, and it failed. Then a hacker could just put anything and be able to log in. The other scenario could be that you are putting the right proper username, but you forgot your password, and guess what? You didn't put any password whatsoever, but you clicked on the sign in button, and happens to be your lucky day because the day before the developer went into this security code and he did something and accidentally he made a mistake where now if you leave the password field empty and click on sign in, it takes you in. Can you see that happening?
No.
Does this logic make sense to you though, what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If
Yes,
you say,
it may happen.
what was that?
No, it may happen. It's
Exactly. Look, you are the QA. You are like the hacker. You're gonna try to hack this thing, and your test cases need to do the same thing. Your test automation need to do the same thing. Then you're not a good QA. If you're just doing the easy way out, If you're only testing how it's supposed to function, then you're not a good QA. If you're only putting, oh, I'm going to put in a good email and then good password, then I'm going to put a bad fake email and a fake passport, that's not good enough. Because what if one day you put in a good email with a fake password and you're able to log in? What if you put a fake email but a good password, ABC123, and you're able to log in? Right now it's not. But what if? What if you keep this blank and hit the sign in button and you're able to log in? It can happen. Don't tell me it can't happen. Everything in here is based on a code right behind it in the server that the developer did. So if they messed up on their code, anything can happen. I can already see 8 different test cases right in here and 8 different test automation right in here. And most of them are negative test case. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, virtually, are you gonna do the test automation, all 8 of them? You may not. You might skip a few. Is it possible to wrap up all of this in one test case? Absolutely. Your code might look a little messy, but you go through a logic and you find out how many ways this combination can happen. Well, look at this combination. I mean, it requires me to go in this deeper, but then I miss out on a lot of stuff that I need to go over on today's class. But in this is like, I wish this class was like 4 years long. Hold on. So look at these negative test possibilities. So positive test case. There's only one, right? Valid credentials. Credentials means username and password. Valid credentials entered should be able to log in. Is there any other test scenario here?
No.
No. Right. No. But look at the negative. Here's one. If
The user's name is correct and the password is wrong, the test failed.
correct username and wrong password should not be able to log in. Okay?
Yeah.
Can we flip that? If we flip it, that becomes another test case. If you say,
Okay, so invalid username or incorrect username, correct password.
so invalid username and
valid
valid
correct
password
should not be able
should
to log in.
not be able to log in. Come on, I'm only going to do this one time. I'll never talk about this again.
Okay, another
And
one.
you need to use this same idea on everything you test for your company.
Another one, invalid username, invalid password.
So both invalid this time and
Yep.
invalid password should not be able to log in.
Yeah.
Anything else that you can think of?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, it's invalid. I mean, it's blank. Everything blank. Username,
No.
password blank.
So
it's, yep. Please go on. I should say no username, valid password should fail.
No username provided with valid password should not be able to log in.
Mhm.
5.
Then
Opposite of
valid
that.
username with no
Valid
password.
username provided with no password
No password.
should not be able to log in. Anything else?
No username, no password
Yeah.
shouldn't.
Provided no user name or password
Shouldn't log in.
should not be able
Yeah,
to log in. Did you see how many test cases you got in here?
yeah, it's a lot.
6 different test cases. And if you cover all of these through your automation, then you really covered any kind of security related failure this company can have, if any. You don't want it to fail. You hope that in 10 years, your test case doesn't fail, which is a good thing. But if it failed, you catch it immediately. Immediately, you report to your team saying, hey, we got this open door break right here. And before other people or hackers can get in and get all the customers' information from there and cause a massive damage, and you get into a company gets into a lawsuit, you prevent it right there. Guess what? You're actually gonna prevent it before it goes into production. Because where are you gonna test this first? Which environment?
It's development.
Development environment, dev environment. If it starts failing, it's gonna start failing in the dev environment first. Then the code is gonna move to the staging environment. You got another shot at that in the staging environment. And then if you missed it in the dev environment, maybe you caught it in the staging environment, you report to them, they will take that code out, change it immediately before you move that code to production, which is the real customer. Understand? So when you go work for a company, make sure that they have these things covered. If not, you can talk to your supervisor saying that, hey, there are these other negative test areas that are not being covered in our test cases. Okay? We're going to take this one thing right here. Tell me which one you want me to automate. Only one, because I got
The
other
first
things.
one.
First
The
one?
first one. Let's start with the first one.
The correct username and wrong password should not be able to log in our systems. I will just take this whole wording and become the name of the test case. So we already have this test case here.
So can we incorporate with the if statement then? Then we can do all in a page.
You can do all of that junk in one thing and it's gonna look like super messy. And why is that a problem? The mess is a problem. I'll talk about that shortly. Better thing to do is put it in small chunks. So I just copy the whole thing, change the name, valid username, but invalid or with invalid
Password.
password. I'm just gonna say no login. Can't log in. Okay, just kind of make it small. Can't can't put that thing. But proper way to do it would be should not be able to log in, or you write the whole thing up. Okay. We're still setting the property. We're going to the driver. We go to that website. We check the page title. Really don't need that. But if you want to validate, you went to the page title. You can put another validation here. It's a lot. Don't worry about validating every step because you could really waste a lot of time validating. Too much is not always the best thing. Always remember your code, the least amount of code you have, the best. Why? Because if one day this fails, somebody needs to come in here and somebody will need to debug your code and see what's going on. And if they see too much writing going on here, it's going to be very difficult for them. Okay, so simpler your code is, the better it is. Right. So we are here. I don't need a line space either, but this is what we're going to change. We are putting an valid username, so this is going to stay there. But we're going to put an invalid password. So I'm just going to put right here just a gibberish. And then we're going to click on this login button. Well, we already know if it was valid and then if the login button worked, for some reason, it would have landed you where this title is, right? After clicking login button. So here, after clicking the login button, we are expecting to see if it goes in there or not, but this is a negative test case. So how are we gonna change this up right here? Any idea?
So here, nothing to uppercase. This is password, right?
Mm-hmm. Let me re-ask you this question. Unmute yourself and comment out. This is your brainstorming session. I'm putting in proper username. I'm putting in fake password, and I'm clicking the login button. Should you be able to see the dashboard?
No.
No.
Then this if statement right here, we are saying get the title, and if the title shows up as dashboard, if the title shows up as dashboard, what does that mean?
That means there's a
It will
bug
pass.
in the system. No, that test is failed right now. If it shows.
Right.
Only
It will
when
pass.
it can log in, then it can go find the dashboard. If it cannot log in, it cannot find.
There's
Exactly.
no login actually.
Exactly. All of you are correct. That means if driver.get title contains dashboard, that means you hacked in.
Yeah.
You hacked in with this gibberish password. At that time, you're not gonna say it passed. You're gonna say
Failed.
test failed. Hacker went in. You know, something like that. But if the dashboard's not supposed to show up and it didn't show up, then you're gonna say test. You just flipped it now this time. Let's run it. We'll put us. It's gonna be super fast. I can slow it down a little bit and then see what happens.
Yeah, it shows invalid username or password.
Thread.sleep 1 second and copy that here, and then we'll see what happens. So here, running it. I think there was a test already in the play.
Yeah, I think the test will pass because we didn't put the condition correctly.
We want the
So the
test to
test,
pass.
no, the test passed because it's invalid username. That's why it's invalid password. So that's fine. The test passed already. We are not able to see the dashboard.
Right. Let me slow this down a little bit more. In fact, we're not gonna quit. And this is still too fast. 2 seconds, 2 seconds, maybe even bring it here. Let's run this. So watch this. One, username, password, clicked on the login, and nothing happened. You see the dashboard did not display. And your test, if you look at it, it passed. What does that pass mean here?
Oh,
What is this
that
word?
pass means fail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Raju is correct.
So what does this pass mean?
This pass means fail.
The pass
Meaning
means
the
like we are not
hacker failed.
hacker
The
failed and he's
hacker
not able to
failed
see
to
the
log
dashboard.
into the dashboard, but your test passing telling the hacker was unable to get into the dashboard. Make sense?
Okay, we can change up the writing so that everybody can understand. Like hacker failed. Else the sysout hacker failed.
Yeah, do not show this error when code replace fails. What is this? Some code changes cannot be swapped into a running. I don't know why this window is popping up. It's like it's running my other test case.
Yeah, I think you have multiple cases open.
Yeah, see this 2 tabs right here?
Yeah, it's to
I have
same
both
name.
of these. Same name, and so it's running both of them. So I'm gonna close everything and just go to this project. Wait, get in here, and then oh, look at this. Actually, I do have multiple test cases, right? There's a valid username login, so that got run, and then I have this one here, and this got run. So unless I comment this one out, it's gonna run all of them. So let me just comment this, and I'll show you deeper into how to control all that later. I just hate to throw everything at you right now, and
I
don't
have a
want you to
question.
drink the water out of fire hydrant yet. So, are we clear on this? Do I really
Yes.
need to write anything else? If you need me to, I can. But this is you decide how you want to write this. There's no brains in here, you know. You can customize it how you want to. I don't think you need me to elaborate on this anymore.
I have a question.
Yes.
The test passed, okay, no problem. But I got in the console, I got a red message. It's called unable to receive message from renderer. What does it mean actually?
I don't know. I have to debug your code. I can do that after class.
Okay, I mean the test ran, it's fine.
Hmm.
But after that, in the console at the last line, I was receiving that message.
Yeah, I can't debug. I have to debug it to see what that is. I don't know the answer right
Oh,
off the top of my head.
oh, okay, no problem.
So now we have two test cases. Are we okay here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to throw in something real quick before we head out of here. Do you see repeated code in this test case versus this test case?
Yeah.
What? What is that?
Public void, the initiation.
No, not the public void, but inside this right here. So do you see anything in here that is, I am repeating same code over and over?
Yes, it's like
If else
Actions.
statement.
the driver.get the website name and the find elements of the username and the password.
Okay. Nobody said this two pieces right here?
Yes.
Yeah,
Website.
priority WebDriver.
Okay, so do you see that I'm repeating the same thing in here?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm also repeating exactly same thing that's here in here. Agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe even this line. For sure, this last line right here. Agree?
Mm-hmm.
All of that is not a good thing to do. And in test automation framework, it needs to be handled in a way that you never have to repeat a piece of code. Now I'm going to quickly show you a little bit of that. I don't want to overwhelm you, but I feel like I need to show you now. I think I designed that for next weekend, but it's going to be very messy, so I'll show you now. This @test is a JUnit test annotation, and it allows the Java to come and test these things, and there is more to it. So let's look this up. It's in the real website. You can just look it up in Google, and you go to search and say JUnit test annotation. I don't know exactly which, right here, right there. So on this side, it tells you what this annotation is and what it's going to do to that method. There is something called before and after. So take a look at this. I don't want to go through all of them, but look at this. This @before, this annotation is used if you want to execute some statement, such as precondition before each test case. See that? Before each test case. And is there an after? Yeah. This annotation can be used if you want to execute some statement after each test case. Can you tell me quickly, after each test case? Well, let's say before. Before I run this test case, what do I need to execute? For both of these, what are some of the lines I need to execute before even I run the test case?
System.set property WebDriver.
Correct. Then in that case, what you can do, you can create a method with the @before. Because if you say that, then before each of these test cases, Java will come in and execute that. So that's the rate before, and you put everything you do, you gotta put it inside the method. How do we read out a method? Come on, public void. Just memorize this. Public void, public void, public void. 2 words I need from you. Public void. Rest is if you need anything. If it has to be static, you make it static. If it has to have a return, then you tell me there's a return. But generally, it's public void. Right now, there's no return, nothing. And you could just say method, you could just say startup, meaning you're going to start up something. Okay, so all your startup stuff, you could put it right here. That means I could copy this line. I could cut it out, Control X, paste it right in here. And don't need that. Hover over this before and import before org.junit. It's going to import that statement and we'll understand what's going on there right now. That means I can also cut this line out of this particular test case. With me so far?
Mm-hmm.
I can cut it out.
Just a minute. It's like you're doing the two test cases in the same code, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Here's my test method. Here's one test case.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another test case. And I just saw that there is repeated code being used here and here.
Mm-hmm.
We pulled it out to a separate method and we put this JUnit test annotation called before. What that before does is JUnit will pull Java here first, execute the statement, then jump into here and execute all of this. Then again, we'll execute the statement and then jump again and execute this. Make sense?
Okay.
All right. So let's run it and see if it works. If I run this, it's going to run two test cases for me. And it's going to give me report that I ran two test cases and see what happened with two test cases. Here's one. Here's the second one. One was a positive test case. The other was a negative test case. And if you look into this right here, let me zoom in. Look, we ran two test cases. Here's
Okay.
a test case one. There's a test case two with how long it took them. Both of them passed. Make sense? Any question?
No,
Okay.
not for me.
Well, that's not only thing. Aren't we repeating this line here?
No need to repeat.
No need to repeat that. So let's cut this out from here. Since we do that at the very beginning, we put it right here. And we cut this also out. We don't need it. We copied it already over there. Okay. Why am I getting an error with this driver? Hint, hint. Global versus local variable. Think in that direction. Why is this driver not recognizing this driver here?
Because it is not within the same test case. It is outside.
That's right. Because, get my pen, I just will piss me out. There. This driver is only recognized inside this method. It does not understand what that is. Has no connection whatsoever.
Yeah,
This
that
is a
is
local
local.
variable. This is a local variable to this method only. And this is a local variable to this method only. How do I fix that?
It
How do I
should be
change that?
taken to the global.
How?
So
You're correct.
before
How?
the curly bracket.
Which curly bracket? Tell me
Uh,
in line number what? In line number what if I put that thing in there, then everybody
uh,
will understand.
eh, can you take
10,
it line
10,
number 10?
10 or 12, 11. Yeah.
Correct. Line number 10 or 11. If you take this, this is called declaration. Remember, this part is called declaration, variable declaration, and this part is called initiation, initialization, meaning you declare what you are going to create, and you initialize, meaning you give it something. Either you store something, give it a power. In this case, you're giving power. You don't need to give the power in here. You can just declare it there. If you declare the variable, then everybody knows what that is. But you could give the power right here. So here's how you're going to fix that. You just copy this whole thing right here, not the whole thing, so half. You cut it out and you paste it in here and a semicolon to close it. Now, honestly, you could have done this whole thing in there too. But the nicest thing, you just declare the variable. Look, this guy's, everybody's happy because they get it now. They're like, oh, okay, that applies to all of us. However, this power thing, it has not given the power yet. So you got to take this driver and say, add this power to this driver. You're probably asking, why didn't you write WebDriver here again?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I go ahead.
Yeah, so driver name means that got the power of the code.
Correct. If I wrote this WebDriver here again, it's gonna complain saying duplicate variable. Why? Because then you'll be like, you created one here, and you're gonna create another one here. There's two of them. This will contradict with that one. It's gonna be a problem. But we want this driver to be as same as this driver, only power is given here. And we're doing this every time we start up the project. And then whenever we call the driver, we do this get method, he understands that we got the power, and then everybody is happy.
But why we are not instantiating it above? Why we are taking partial under the public under login test and partial under the startup?
Good question. If we instantiate it, even we write this part of the code right here, this driver will get this piece of thing only in this class. What if I had a separate class? That class, I have to copy this again in that particular class right here. But you don't need to. With this at the rate before, you just put it once, you set it, and you forget it. JUnit will look at this and will do this no matter how many classes and how many test cases you have. You don't have to copy this piece of the code anymore anyway.
But for every class, we should type this driver equals, we instantiate every class.
You don't have to instantiate it. It will get instantiated if you put it in this at the rate before method. So this takes really the precedence. This is the magic. This before is like the magic. You stockpile as much you can in here, and it will turn it up every time you run a test case. Let's run it. There's the first one. This is the invalid one. Click, fail. This is the fast one, valid one. Oh, sorry, both of them passed. And two test cases, we have these two test cases on the left side right there, and all good. And I reduced your code right there. Any questions about before method?
No.
How about after? Aren't we shutting this down every time the test is done? Look at this.
No, once only. After.
Nice. Yeah. Why do we need to? We got 100 test cases. Are we going to have this 100 lines of code repeated over and over? No. Let's just say another method here called public. And honestly, it doesn't have you don't have to write this down here if you don't want to. You can come up here and say, I'll just put it right here. I don't care. JUnit doesn't care where you put the method as long as you put this word before and after. He will do what it takes. So if you say public void and say, usually in computer science, it's called tear down, meaning finish it, tear down. Tear down is like after your test case is done, what are some of the things you want to do goes in here, kind of like a tech word, tear down. But if you don't like tear down, you could say finish. Nobody cares. So this is after every test case finish. You take this piece of the code, driver.quit. You cut it out in there. You don't need it anymore. Put it in here. It won't mean anything until you actually write this word at the rate after. And then you hover over and you import after. If you did that, now that after thing got imported, and you can go back down here and take this driver.quit. You never have to type that again. In your test case, never. For fun, I'm going to fail this one. We're just going to say ashboard. One test case failing. So run. We know one is going to fail because we got a bad test case. Here's running. Password. Trying to hit the login button. Didn't. But notice that the browser closed. Each time browser open, browser closed after a test case. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
Your
it is.
work, yeah, your work is becoming easier and easier. You don't have to repeat yourself. You do new things and move on. What about this? This part right here where it says the login, username and password, and then you hit the login button. We got 6 negative test cases. Aren't you going to repeat this thing 6 times?
No.
Wouldn't be a good idea to repeat it 6 times, would it? Because you're going to be changing this up. Sometimes you're going to have it blank, like this one, keep it blank. And then, so let's say you wanted to keep it blank real quickly. You would just have this quotes, double quote with nothing in it. Okay, nothing in it. And then you would hit the click button. Watch this. Run. Here's the negative text. Well, no, there's a positive one. Here's a negative one. Username, password, nothing. Click on the sign in. There you go. And it didn't show up. With me so far?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, well, if I have 6 test cases, I'm going to be repeating this thing 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. Imagine 7 lines. We'll do 1 second. Can I do something? Is there anything I can do so that I don't repeat this over and over? What can I do?
Put it under before. Add before.
That would work, but see, there's a difference right here. I got like a good username here, but a bad password here. So I may be able to do this one before. Okay, I could probably copy this piece. All right. So let's say I take this title out of there. I don't need that. I'll do what you ask. I'll take this piece, cut it out, and put it under before. No problem. I take that out and take this one out. Is that what you wanted?
Mhm.
I'll take this 1 second out as well. Don't need that. Keep it simple. Now let's run it, see if both of them work fine. Run, username, password. Username, password. All good. Not a problem. But I can't can I really put this one, this line? Excuse me, I repeated myself here. Need to delete that one. Can I really put this line in the before?
No, because the value is different in two different cases.
Because you got it different in two different cases. In fact, didn't you have a test case where you need to put in nothing for the username?
Yes.
That means you shouldn't do this one in there either. I take that off. You bring it back in here. This is the correct and this is incorrect setup with that. Now, there is a commonality in these three lines. These three are like three amigos. You need to locate them like, oh, these three are together. They go hand in hand. You because username, password, and then that button field, it's like together, the three amigos. Same thing right here, three amigos. Once you identify them, you can separate them out by. I thought somebody would tell me what I could do. You want to take a shot?
The click button, we can do something with a click, login click.
You can take, whenever you see repeated code, you can take it out and put it in a method. Okay, if you see a repeated code, you can take it out, put it in a method. How do we write method? We're going back to methods class, guys. You can either write it scratch or you can reverse engineer. Remember that? How do we reverse engineer the method? What if we had a method? So imagine this thing. What if we had a method called like a machine, tortilla maker? What if we had a tortilla maker like this? And in that tortilla maker, it takes username, password, insert the username, password, and hits the click button all the time.
So we
Doesn't return
can
anything. And doesn't return anything. We don't need anything. You just click on it, we're done with it. Wouldn't that work?
we can keep it in a separate class, and whenever we need, we can call the class.
You are going, yes. The answer is yes, but way too far because I need you to do it right now in this class first, which nobody's able to answer. How are we going to do it in this class?
So should it be going to the global area than the local area?
The answer is to create a method that does that. Create a tortilla maker to does that. Guys, it's very, very important that you know how to make these methods because this is where you are the engineer. You can build a machine, a software machine, which is a method, and you want to get paid big bucks. So You need to look into, practice, do whatever it takes for you to become an automatic expert in making these tortilla machines. Only then you're going to be successful in Java, in technology, software engineering. Otherwise, you won't. So I will give you plenty of examples going now all the way till end of the course. And I hope you pick this up. And I'm telling you right now that this is where you will shine. And you must, because there's no way out. Here's how you're going to do this. Identify what is getting repeated. Create a method and see what this 3 lines are taking. What are the 3 lines taking here? What ingredients does it need? What are the variables in these 3 lines? Guys, talk to me.
Yeah, the username, the
Username,
password,
password, and login.
the login.
But the raw materials for cooking this turkey, what do I need? What do I need to go for the grocery store for?
Method, the method that we want to create.
The only username and password, agree?
The
Yeah, but
values.
Value.
but it will change.
Correct. Correct. So this is the whole dish, right? There's a whole dish. What are the 2 things, ingredients that you need to put in here is what you need to identify first.
The send keys.
Okay, so
The username and the
The
password.
username and the password, correct. This click button is nothing. This is like you turning on the oven, which you're going to turn on 350 degrees every time anyway. Is that going to change?
No.
That's not going to change. So you need to first identify what is the raw materials, the grocery list that you're going to need that can change today and tomorrow, depending on how many people are going to eat that. So you don't need to really worry about this guy, this line, or this line. Just need to worry about this and this, and this is what's going to be your perimeter of the method.
Mhm.
Okay? You get to choose the name. You don't get to choose how many parameters. This will tell you how many parameters you need. So here, watch this. I am going to call this a method called login. Just going to say login like this, like, and I'm going to put open close parentheses. Okay? Immediately it's going to give me an error. But also, what do I need in there? I need to put in username. So if you take this username, copy that, put it in here. Look, this is the easy way. The hard way is you write it on the spot. This is the easy way. That's not good. It's not giving me an error. That's probably, I want that error to show up. And then you put in the password, which is this, you copy that, put that in here. Okay, now the error came. What you're saying, I want to take this time because I could go on and on and on in the next class and you will hit nothing and you'll probably drop out if you don't understand this. And if you're not creative enough to build something like this yourself, you are not going to be successful. So I want to take this time. What you're saying is, I don't want to do these 3 things over and over and over again because I got to do it every time I get into that website and do my testing. I want to do it in simple command, like something called login. And when I say login, and with the open parenthesis and close parenthesis, and I give you what the username here is, and the password here is, I want you to take that username, plug it in here, and take that password, plug it in there, and click on that method. Do those things. 3 things I want you to do, but I am never going to write this again. I am just going to give you that. With me so far?
Yes.
You
But
can do it. You must do it. If you don't do it, you are not a test automation engineer, period. They're going to label you as an entry level guy who's learning coding. Anytime you see you're repeating a piece of code, you gotta take it out, put it in a method, give it your name, you choose the name, possibly reasonable. You are the engineer, the decision maker in that. Other people will be able to read that method and they will be using it. You will see that you created a method, your colleagues saw that, and they are using your method. You can give yourself a pat on the back. Okay. What you just did is you created a tortilla machine, a login machine. You put all that thing chunk in that machine, and you will see your colleagues are coming out and they're also using your machine because they don't want to repeat the code, which is wonderful. Now, let's finish up and then we'll answer some questions. You hover over this error. It says, I don't understand what you're saying here. You want a string and a string? I've never seen that method. But I got a solution for you. I can create that method for you called login that takes two pieces of string. Okay. And you're like, yeah, that's what I wanted. So you hover over, you click on this create method. This is the easy way out, guys. And look what happened. This came in. It gave you private because only this class can use it. And it gave you this empty space. And guess what you're going to do? You take all your tortilla stuff rolling pin and your cutting board where you're rolling this and the bowl that you use to mix them together. You take this whole thing, you're like, I got a new house for you, buddy. You cut that up and say, I want you to stay right here. With me so far?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is your machine. And you can change this to public so everybody get it right now. And it doesn't cause a problem. Keep it open. It's not that important. So all of that, you just cut it off in just one line says login. What's going to happen? Now, this is still not done. You got to tweak it a little bit. You see this string, 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 and string, string. What's the difference between this string and this string?
First, first string is the title or the attribute, and second string is the value.
Correct.
Yeah,
I want
attribute value,
I
attribute
want you to
value.
say it more specific. You want to say this
Data
word.
type?
Use data
Data
type.
type?
And
The value.
Value.
not value.
I mean
Value,
that is
actual
the
value. This is the value. What is that called?
Given name. Given name.
login.
Given name is one way to say it, which is correct, but not a proper word. If you say those things, they're not going to count you as a professional. It's a variable.
Variable.
And if you want to be proper politically correct, you could say reference variable. It references something. The value is actually going to come and stay here for a second. And then it's going to go wherever you want it to go. But am I using this or this in here at all?
No.
No. I am still hard coded with this correct
Yeah.
and correct
Yeah.
password and correct user. Hard coded in here. No matter what you pass, it only comes here, but it never gets past here where it needs to. So what do you do?
It should be dynamic coded.
It should be dynamic. What you do is, first of all, you delete this string because string doesn't define meaningfully what variable this is. What would you call that?
Login.
This, I'm going to give you a hint. This is coming right here. What is that?
Username.
Then what do you think this
Sorry.
variable name should be?
User ID.
Username
User,
one.
Correct. Username or user ID, both are good variable name. What do you think this variable name should be?
Password.
Correct. Now, this is storing here. This is storing here. But what good does it do if you don't take this username and pass it right here? And what good does this password do if you don't pass it right? So to make it dynamic, you take this thing off and you take this user ID, pass it right there. And then you take this hard-coded data off, make it dynamic, and take that password and pass it there. Now, what you did is no matter what you type in here, we'll get to here, and that username will get to here, and that username will get into your website box and type it in with that send keys command. Same thing for the password. Password will go here, and then from that same password thing is going to go here, and the send keys command with driver.selenium will take it on an airplane, go to that password field and type it in there. And that's going to click the button. Any question?
No, but what happened when we need to change the password or invalid, if invalid?
Sure, we'll do that right now. So now that we have this method, I don't care where you put this method. You can put it in the middle of these methods, but you cannot put method inside a method.
But
You can put
what is the connection? Because there we are specifying that as login, but how it is getting the user ID and password from that login information? From line 30, it is getting the user ID and password from line 30.
Yeah.
But those but we didn't mention them as user ID and password. But how they're connecting the later on, connecting the variables.
I see. Whenever you have a method, like, take a look at this. You see this driver.getTitle? This get title, well, yeah. Dot get title, this is a method. When you call this method, it takes you to that method. Actually, let me explain this one. This is better. This is also a method. All of these are method. Here's a method. Here's a method. You created this method. Somebody else created this method that you were using.
Yes.
Okay. They did the same thing that you just did to create this method, by the way. No different whatsoever. Now, let's jump into their method and see how it looks. Well, first of all, you can jump into your method very easily. All you need to do is press your control button and hold it, and you hover over and you will see that method name will become blue. And you click on it, immediately your cursor is going to jump to that method. Doesn't matter if that's on this page or a separate class. Same thing here. If I press and hover over, press Control and hover over and click on it, it takes me to that method who created that. Notice public, not void, Boolean. It returns true or false. And when you say contains, it takes a data type of character sequence. And this is a temporary storage. They just use the letter S. They don't want to go into details. They took that letter S, okay? So that dashboard word comes right in here. This is a tortilla maker. That S is right there, by the way. And it will convert it to string, the index of the string, and has this logic. Don't ask me what that is. I don't know because I'm not a systems engineer, but it will with this one line of code, it will compare all of that and then see if it's in there. Genius. The guy's genius. Okay. So the same thing, look at this here. When you call this method, Java immediately connects that here.
Mm-hmm.
And then you are putting in that machine, whatever you put in with a comma, Java notices this comma and goes into that same, this is a frame, this is a skeleton, and looks at that comma and looks at this comma. It's like, okay, you got two items coming. In fact, if you skip one of these, it's going to complain and say, you need to put one more thing you missed. And then whatever you pass here will be passed right here in a storage container in that method. It's a really short-term storage container, only recognized here, and then dies.
Mm-hmm.
It cleans up those containers. Same thing will go right there. It will wait in that bucket called password. It will wait in that bucket called password. And your choice, you can use those things in here however the way you want to. But we said we want that username to be send keyed to that username locator that we found. We want that password to be typed in that password locator that we found. And Driver is doing that for you. This is your chauffeur. You pay him like $1,000 a month. And he drives to that location and he dumps that in there for you. And then he also clicks that button for you. Done. Simple?
Yes.
Simple, guys. And all the methods are going to be same. Same logic over again. So hang in there. It's going to come to you. Now, because I did this, well, why repeat this code right here? I could just say, log in, open close parenthesis, and in here, I could pass in username, that username, a good one, and bad password. Look, it's happy. That means you don't need these 3 lines of code. Question? Same thing is going to happen. This is going to go to this username. And then this username will be passed into the username field. This password will go to this password. That password will go to that password field. And hit the enter button. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
first we declared the correct user's name and password.
Mm-hmm.
Where is
Right.
it? Okay. So then anything differs from that correct username and password will give the wrong.
Correct. Let me clean this up a little bit. We don't need a line here. Notice now we're very down to very little line. We don't even need to print this out. You got one action and one validation. By the way, this can be done in one line. I'll show you. I am going to show you today. I don't care. I'll teach you something else. I'll teach whatever I was supposed to teach today next class. But you really need to learn this sooner or later. So we got that one line action login. Well, a couple of lines validation. Same thing. This is another test. Action and validation. Okay. Both of them are using both of these calls right here. That login call is using this login method. This login call is using this login, same login method. I wrote the code once and I can use it 1,000 times with just this word. Understand?
So each test cases, we're gonna just change the value of the user ID and the password, right? In the login line, even with a blank or whatever you want.
Correct. See how easy it's going to be for you to automate another test case now. Watch this. Remember we had that other scenario? Pick another one from here.
Make it blank.
Number?
I mean, anything. Yeah. Maybe 5.
Number 5. Valid username provided with no password should not be able to log in. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to write, I'm going to do scratch writing right now, right? So you can kind of see. Public void valid username with no password can't log in. Shouldn't log in. Shouldn't log in. Okay.
Well, we don't need to write the at test, at
Of
the
course we
rate
do.
test.
Of course we do.
No, here. Yeah, here.
Exactly. We must. Otherwise, it's not even going to run. It won't run if you don't put that. And you see, I already got login. I got a login method. So I can just say login. And in here, I'm going to put a valid. Didn't I say valid username? Here's valid
Yeah.
username. So you take that. And a password, comma. But we said we're not going to put any password whatsoever. Agree?
Yeah.
That means you put the
Blank.
double quote
Double
and
Quote
you
only.
leave it blank. Okay. If you put a space here, you're actually putting space in that box.
That is the data.
Yeah, that's the data. So that might be another test case too, that you put just spaces and then bunch of spaces and then hit an enter. Who knows? That might break it one day. So here's your action and here's your validation. Do I want to show you that today? No. No, we'll just do these validations. Okay, we can do this in one line of code. But I don't want to throw you off right now. Let it marinate. So just copy this right here. Or I will retype it so it kind of registers in your mind better. I'm going to say if. You can tell me, guys, if you want to step in. Look at this, driver.get
Driver
title.
title. Yep.
Get title.
Mm-hmm.
Dot to lowercase.
True lowercase, yes.
Everything lowercase. Dot contains
Mm-hmm.
dashboard.
Dashboard.
Remember, I put in fake
Always
stuff.
lowercase.
I put in fake stuff. And if that fake stuff gets you to the dashboard title, what should you say? Pass or
Sysop, I
fail?
think. Mm-hmm.
Pass or fail?
Yes.
Failed.
Fail. Correct. Else?
Test pass.
Passed.
Pass. I'm just going to keep it short right now because there's no brains in there. Look at this test case. How long did it take me? Maybe 5 minutes to write this, to automate it. Look at this. I can automate this all 6 cases. You can do it too in maybe 30 minutes if you really type your way there. But you could show your boss that it's going to take you 3-4 days. Rest of the time you could be drinking coffee, make $50 an hour.
But why we are actually creating 6 cases for this? Can we just make it just one case that only the valid username and password, that is one test, and other than that in one test?
Yes, very good question, and I'm glad you brought it up. It takes a little bit to explain that. Let's run this and see how many we show up here first. That will give us an idea. 2, 3. There's your third one. And if you open this up, you got this thing here. We got these 3 test cases. All 3 are good with times and everything. Now, imagine I put all of this in one code, right? It's possible. I can test the valid in same, I can test the invalid in one in the same test case, and I can also test another combination in that same test case, and we don't have this. This is a big test case. Imagine this is a big test case. And if this fails, if that fails, would it be easier to debug this test case like that? Or would it be easier if you had individual small test cases and you only saw this one fail, but these 2 are still passing? Which would be easier to debug and fix?
That is one by one.
Raju, what do you think?
Sorry, can you ask it again?
Okay. So, in real life example, I'm trying to find something. A ship. I lost my cursor. Where is it? Oh, there you. Think about a ship like here. You got a big ship, right? Not a good dryer. There's like lots of rooms and stuff. Cruise ship. All right. One day you're the captain and you come in here and you see that there's like this much water went inside. would it be easy for you to find where the hole is this way? Or would it be easy for you to find the hole if you had, let's say, solid partition here? And this part is dry, this part is dry, and this part is dry, and you see water here only. Which situation will be easier for you to find the hole?
Yeah, there is partition.
If you had this partition. So this is like your test case 1, still passing. Test case 2, fail. Test case 3, passing. Test case 4, passing. If you break it up into small, you still got a bunch of things that are passing, but only one failing, and you know what that is because you got a different title for that test case. What are those titles? These 6 ones that we had. So it will take you exactly in that little spot compartment, and you can easily identify it, leaving the rest of the guys still operational. Operational. What does that mean, operational? If you got one test case, everything, you got the whole thing flooded, meaning your test case broke. It's not testing it anymore. Not even the test 1 was testing separately. It's not doing it anymore because one failure failed the whole thing. And guess what? Until you have time to fix that test case, might take you a day or two sometimes. In that time, you are unable to see if there's a hole here. Or was there a hole here? Or was there another hole here? Because you're trying to fix this whole thing, taking you longer, leaving all of these other spots untested at that moment. Did that clear up a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
You as an engineer, you have to make that call. When to group things together, when not to group things together. I would put this all 6 of them separately because I want this title to say what it's doing. If I put them under same title, it doesn't really describe also what it does. With me so far?
Mm.
Yeah.
Any other questions before we go in for 5 minutes break?
I have a question. Like, at first, you gave the valid username and the password, right? Then 2 other cases. I did in the same order, but I don't know why my code is running in the upside down, in the opposite direction. Is there anything like
Like, are you saying that you're one of your tests running before the other and you want to
it's
control
running
that?
from the it's running from the end. Like at the end, I gave valid username, no password. That's run fast first, and then the second one, and the first one runs the last one.
I see.
I don't know why.
It has a mind of its own. But look, there might be a way to control that. I know there's a way to control that with TestNG, which I'm going to show you next weekend. But let's read
Okay.
about these annotations here. Um, doesn't seem like, see, it doesn't have a look at this TestNG annotations. TestNG annotation have it. TestNG is another tool that I will introduce later.
Mhm.
And where are you? Documentation, annotations. By the way, guys, you never have to buy a book or do anything. It's all online, it's free. All your books are online. And these are some of the books. I will introduce to you this later. But look at this. It has something called priority. Where are you? You know what? I'm gonna try this. I don't see it here. Control F. Priority. Right there, priority. Priority for this test case, lower priorities will be scheduled first, meaning lower number will be scheduled first. So the way it's used, they didn't give you an example. Not a good way to learn it. That's why you have me, because I know it. So, because I save you time on piecing together. This is what you would do on TestNG. If you want to
Can
run this last one first, let's say you want to run this first, what you do is you hit a bracket like this, and in here you type in the word priority, priority, and you put an equal sign, and you put, let's say, number 1.
It starts from 0 or 1.
You can start from 0 if you want to. If you start 0, then 0 will run before the number 1 will run.
Mm-hmm.
I know that JUnit will not honor that. The attribute priority is undefined. So JUnit is not good with that priority thing. But if this was a testng annotation @test, which I'll show you next weekend, we would be able to put this word called priority equals 1. That means that will run before if I put the priority number 2. And then now you can force it to say, I want you to run this first, then run this one. And I don't care about this one, whether you run it after 4th time, 5th time, then you leave that command out of there.
Does anyone having the same issue or only me?
Which issue?
I didn't go through it yet, so that's why I cannot comment anything yet.
Like same with me.
So no worries. If you have time right now, you want to do this, I'll take 5 minutes, come back.
So can you
see you
please
at 2
send
o'clock.
can you please share this
Yes.
chat?
I'm going to give you the entire thing in the class. Study these codes. It's a must. See you in 5 minutes. All right, guys, let's get started. Let's close all this out. So go back in here. We're gonna begin with an end in mind right now. Our end goal right now is automated test case into, let's see what I had in here. Login test was there. Add and verify deposit. So we went to login. Shopping. I can't really remember what I did. And we went to take bios. We went to send keys. Login button. Add deposit. Logged in. Buy that link. Add deposit. So this deposit, add deposit, clicked here. And no, we can't. I can't show you this today. Let's find another thing. Add contact. Let's look at this feature here. Suppose we're going to automate this one. Add contact. If we put in our information, let's take a look at what list contact does. It shows these contacts that got created. We can also add contact from this page, looks like. Add contact. Click here. And let's experiment. Always, when you have a test automation, you need to make sure you can do this manually. So I'm doing exploratory testing, if you can remember from different types of testing. This is exploratory testing. So I'm going to do test full name. Let's say I'm going to say auto test 1, 2, 3, 4 to be unique. Company name, I'm not going to give anything. Email, nothing. Just email. Auto test at yahoo.com. And I'm going to hit the submit button and see what happens. Does it take it? Yes. Success. It took it. We were able to create this one. How do I know? Because I see a username profile and I see the username there. I see username here. So these are my little validation things that I can do to make sure that worked. Second, I can also go to this list contacts page. Give me a second. Let's pull up this thing here. So I can go to this list contacts page. And in here, I see it's there with an auto test. Oh, that went into the company name. Sorry, didn't write it in that email. So these are not mandatory fields, and looks like we can see that. A lot of other things in the feature you can view, you can delete it, you can create a test automation for that. We'll just go ahead and do a adding customer through this button. And then we're going to validate it in the other page where it showed user was created. And then we will also click on this list contacts and then validate that it shows up right here. Okay? So we write up a test case. And the test case looks like this. Users should be, so scenario, users should be able to create a contact, a new contact. And in here, you can write in a Gherkin way if you want to. I'm just going to keep it simple right now and do steps. So first step is login. As simple as possible. Log in with valid credentials. Okay. Step number 2, let's do this together while we look at it. Look at the feature and see what are our first step, next step. So here's our first step. Come on, back out. We log in. So that login is our first step right here. And after we logged in, what do I need to do? Click on add deposit. Guys, I muted everybody, so you may need to unmute yourself. So here I would write click on add deposit button. So let's say I clicked on it Oh no, not add deposit. Sorry, I totally forgot. Nobody caught my mistake. We need to click on this CRM button to get to this list contacts page. So click on CRM button. Okay. CRM button. Then click on list contacts button. Once I click on list contacts button, then in here, click on add. Click on add new contact button. You guys with me so far?
Yes.
Yes.
After I click on add new, well, obviously you should do negative testing to see if, if there's a mandatory field or not a mandatory field. Talk to your company about it. But we may be able to just put in a name. But in my step, I could just say fill in add contact form. I didn't specify what. But do you see that could be a method name? We could write a
Yeah.
method, and
Yes.
in the method, it takes these variables. If you put in full name, it gives you that. If you give you that, you give you that or not.
Mhm.
And you could keep it blank if you want to. So yeah, those are little chunks. And then last thing after you fill all this in, so I'm chunking all of that in one, and then click on submit button. Okay. If we click on submit button, what we need to validate, this is be your negative test case. Account name is required if you don't put an account name and then run it. But let's say we say auto test 111 and hit submit. This is what we're going to validate is, does this show up right here? So our validation statement is going to be 7. New username should display. This will be on confirmation page or user profile. This is a user profile page. Your choice how you want to say. On profile page, you wanted to add one more validation that is, okay, all good, it showed up here, but did this customer also get into the customer database list? For that, you got to click on that. So our step is going to be again, another action, click on list contacts page, which we will do. And then validate again that did this auto test 111 show up in this list. Okay. So number 9, new, or you can say like this, created contact should display in list contacts page or in the table, in the what? Contacts table. In the contacts table. Any questions so far?
No.
This is our pseudocode. This is our test case, whatever you want to call it. This is what we're going to automate. So let's get started. I'm going to copy this. Just the steps. And I am going to do it on the same page for today. I don't want to do it in a separate class, but it's supposed to be done in a separate class. So copied it, went in here. Clean that up. And take another space right here. We'll do it here. Public void test scenario. User should be able to create a new contact. Okay. You copy the steps. Go in here. Paste it right here. Okay. Can somebody tell me how would I do step 1?
I mean, the first one, the test case, the value username should be able to log in. The same thing.
More specific, how do I write this piece of code?
I mean, we need to get the login.
So user's name and password, we should.
Yeah, login, username, and the password. The method we need to call login.
Correct. We need to call the method called login. Open close parentheses, and in here we need to put in the valid username, which we can copy from here. Don't need this. Right here. And password. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, done with that step. Second step, click on CRM button. CRM button. So we need to check that button. We never really touched that button before. So here's CRM. If I right click, inspect, do we have a ID or name here?
No, not yet. We need to find it out from the from the source code. Means from the.
Yeah. We found CRM, nav level CRM.
So here's CRM.
Inspect, right?
Yeah, and look at this. This is the node that connects to that CRM. It's not even a button, is it? It's a span, meaning
Yeah.
it opens up.
It's
And
called
it has
nav
the
label,
text.
right?
It has the text called CRM, which that shows up right here. It has a class field, and I want to say there is a locator. I told you that you can use class name, and then you can use that attribute in that class name. Don't use that because there is duplicate ones of these. Look at this. If I open this one, or maybe not. Collapse. How about this one? Inspect. Oh, look at this. This goes to that button, and this CRM we saw went to this button. Look at
Both
the
has the
class.
class. Yes.
Look at this class, nav label, and look at this class name, nav label. If you pick any one of these locators, Java Selenium is going to get confused. Okay, Selenium is going to be like, I don't really know if you want me to click on CRM. I found it. I found there's one here, the class one here, but I don't know if you want me to click on CRM or click on transaction. Be more specific, and it's going to fail. Understand? Therefore, that element locator class name is not really a good one to use, and when we're not going to be using it.
I have a
So
question.
remember those list of things that we had? We talked about. There is we did it with ID.
Name.
We did with name, which was good, unique, as long as they have to be unique. And then I said class name. Well, that cannot be used. Not a good one in this case. Now, if the class
Link.
name is unique, yeah, sure, use it. Then we said link text. I didn't show you yet. I'll show you another day, okay? Not needed right now. Number 5 was partial
CSS?
or CSS, yeah. Partial linked text. Memorize these. This 7 at least, because they will ask you.
Expat.
So CSS, let's put the expat last. CSS selector. I won't be able to show you that today either. Not enough time. And then we had expat. I want to go into expat. So when all else fail and you don't have a good one to work with, say all of these fail, nothing there, this is duplicate. This is not a linked text, so you can't even use that. Maybe not. See this A, letter A? Uh,
A is somewhere else also.
but it's somewhere. So if this CRM was right here, we could use link text, or this A was right here on this would become blue. We could use that as a link text. So that's not going to work. CSS selector, I'm not going to show you today. I will show you how to do expat and get that element. Okay. Here's how it goes. One second. Give me 1 minute, please. Clean this up. expat. In short, it stands for XML, path language. It has two types. One is called absolute XPath or relative XPath. The difference is this. But before we do that, allows XML expat allows you to write XML style code to locate element. Now, in absolute, it starts with a single forward slash, like this. But in relative, the syntax starts with double forward slash. Okay. In absolute, it goes through, it starts, the first must use the root tag name and trickle down. Trickle down from there. Relative XPath can start on the element node. Let me just show quickly here. Here's the element, CRM. And when you get to this box right here, you put your cursor in here, click on any element you want, and then you press Control F button, like you're searching something. Control plus the F button. What will happen is that will open up a search box right down here. So if I do that now, you see a search box got opened up. And that's my search box. And you can search things, and it tells you one of the things you can do is XPath right there. So we're going to be doing and creating XPath right here. First, we got to do it here first, make sure it works before you take it to your code. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the absolute XPath first. We said how many single or forward slash we have to do? Doubles.
Single.
Absolute one.
With absolute, we just need one. And we have to start with this HTML tag first. So you have to say HTML, the very root. And then you have to keep on trickling down. All right. So now, because we're right here, and right now, notice that got highlighted, we're going to have to come down this path. The top ones are grandfathers and then fathers, and the bottom ones, the ones that are inside, are like children and grandchildren. So right now I'm on great great grandfather from Adam and Eve. And well, that's God. And here's Adam, here's Eve, the head and the body. All right. So in here, if I hit a forward slash, and say body, notice that body got highlighted. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So that got highlighted? Okay. And then I have to go down every step of the way through everybody, meaning I can't just jump and say span. If I do a / span, not gonna work. It doesn't know what it is. But if I say / section, because that's the child of this person, will understand it. So I can write section. Okay, now give me the next one, guys. You got the idea. What's the next?
Division.
Div.
Div. Okay. Then
Keep
nav.
going. Come on. Faster.
Div.
Uh-huh.
UL.
Uh-huh.
L. Uh,
Li.
LI.
Uh-huh. Look,
Then
there's
LI
like
class.
two of them. There's like two of them,
Okay.
right? So this is
Yes.
the first Li. Here's the first Li. This is the second Li. So what you could do is put a, and let me make it a little bit bigger for you guys. If you put in open close square bracket and put number 1, it will connect to number 1.
Mm-hmm.
And if I put number 2, it will connect to number 2 or 3.
Right.
So you can do that. I mean, so I could say number 2 there. Then what? Keep going.
Then A.
Uh-huh.
I.
I.
Span.
Uh,
You don't need the
A.
I anymore. Because if I say I and then
Oh,
want to say span, doesn't get it.
oh, it will not go. Oh, A then a span.
Because you see, these 3 are already the children
Yes.
of A. So from A, you want to go any one of these 3 will be understood.
Yeah.
If you do go into that guy,
Yeah. It will
then
open
only
up
way
further
you
door.
can do that is if you expand this guy and go in deep inside of that, you can't come here. Okay? So instead, we do span, and
Spans.
now we still have a problem. Look at this. 1 of 2. What does that mean?
So
It has 2 span. That's why, like, it's the first one we need to take, right?
That means this one here, this element that you're trying to find to click that button, they found 2 of them. And if you try to use this now, your test is going to fail because Java is going to get confused. This is like, be more specific. It has to be 1 of 1 for it to work. Okay. If I hit enter, it's going to take me to the other one. This one. Notice not much in the image. You probably didn't notice. Keep your eye in the image right here, and while I enter, look at this. What do you see?
It's getting highlighted which part it is.
Uh-huh. So both of these fall kind of like the same. But if you want to say, okay, I just want to be the first one, then what can you do here to make it the number 1?
We need to write number 1 with the third bracket.
Yes, put it number 1. Now, yeah, no problem. 1 of 1 will be able to click on that button right there. So this is going to work. Okay, this is called, what is it called? What kind of expect?
Expand.
What kind?
Absolute.
Absolute expect. Okay. Now, think this. If tomorrow a developer came in and wanted to add one more element right here, right in between li and a. Suppose he added another one called, I don't know, div, added a div, open bracket like that, and then something, and then close bracket right here. Will this pass anymore?
No,
No.
the
No.
serial will break.
The
Your
path is
X,
configuration.
your XPath won't be able to find it anymore because you had a sequence of coming here. You said li2, and then you went to A, but now you got something else. You have to come back in here and put that div in here, okay, for this to work again. Or you got a test failure, but it didn't. The website is great, working fine. Your test needs to be updated to match this DOM. That's your test problem, not a page problem. Understand?
Yeah.
You got yourself a lot of cleanup to do. Now, imagine you got 200 test cases. You've been working for a year and two. You build all those test cases, and you have all absolute expats, and they keep dropping like flies, breaking here and there. Do you think you're going to be spending much time in building new automation or fixing the one you already built?
The fixing one.
Will that be productive for your company? Or the time that the company pays you for it?
So it should be dynamic.
It should be relative expat. So absolute expat do not use at all, ever. Okay? Interview question they're going to ask you about absolute expat. You have to convince them, just like I convinced you, why you shouldn't use it. They might ask you, how do you know what's an absolute expat and a relative expat? I'll show you the relative one right now. You need to answer those questions. Any questions before we move to relative expat?
No.
Right. In the relative expat, starts with the element node. Okay, it can be node tag name. Tag name. And the syntax looks like this. So syntax. You start with 2 double forward slash, not a single. And then you write the tag name, whatever the tag name you want to go to. Okay. Now, if you don't care about the tag name, then you can just put this symbol. Remember this symbol in database?
Yeah, www, HTTPS,
No.
double
This
slash.
star symbol.
This is SQL
Yeah, SQL database
Yeah.
that we learned. What did we use the symbol for?
to select all or everything?
Oh, correct. It's the same thing here. So if you use that symbol instead of, let's say, tag name, the other option is you could just say star. That means you're saying check all. Check all tag name. Okay, your choice. You can use that if you want to. After the tag name, here's where you put in the logic with bracket, what you see and what not. Okay, in here you could actually copy paste the ID, or you put the @ symbol and you write the attribute equals. I say single quote, double quote works as well, but you will see why single quote is important. And then you put in the value, and that's it. Okay. There's a couple more options. So here's syntax 1. You can change it up and say, I don't care about the tag name, just give me anything with a star and then give me this. And we're going to check both of them right now. I'll show you. So attribute and value. Let's look at that first, because this is the easy one. I'm going to scroll through here. This is enough. You see this attribute ID, or right here, ID side menu, or even
Yes.
role navigation. With the by locator ID, you can wrap this one. You can catch this one. With the class name, you can catch anything that has a class. But what if it doesn't have an ID or a class or anything, but it has something called role equals navigate? With the XPath, you can catch that. You can use that. So all you do is you take this. This is your attribute. Remember, this is your attribute, and this is your value. And they come together. So I could just double click. It will only highlight this much. If I press Control A, it will select all of it right there. Now the role got selected as well. And I just copy that from there, whole thing. It has the double quote, by the way, which is okay for now. And here, I will just paste it right in this box. A little bit bigger so you can see better. If I cut this off and paste it in here, so I'm going to write it like this: /, double /, and where was this guy? The tag name was nav, N-A-V. N-A-V. Is this font okay? Do I need to zoom in more?
No, it's fine.
It's okay.
I'm okay with it.
All right. So you see it already got connected right here by me typing /nav. See that got highlighted? But it is telling me how many of those elements are there.
2.
2. That's not good enough. We need to be unique, so it's just gonna be 1. So if I now take this piece and put it into this bracket condition, hopefully it will just be 1. Let's see. So I go in here, put this open, close square bracket, go inside, put the @ symbol, go in here, copy this whole thing, paste it right after the @ symbol. Very, very easy. What do we have? We still got 2. Unfortunately, this one, there's another one in there, and let's see, where is that guy? Right here. There's that other guy that also has this navigation, that. So this XPath is not going to be good enough for that. Okay, but there is a way, so I'm going to get there slowly. Well, you could have, if you wanted to just check any with that attribute and navigation, you could take this nav off and put a star. You would still get that. This time, XPath does not care what tag name you're using, whichever. Whoever has that will go there. For example, if I put this thing in here, this attribute, and no tag name, it's gonna go through everybody. Watch this. Let's say I take this, copy it, and put it after this @ symbol. Look, sorry, I didn't copy it though. There, and you can see, there's that one. How many?
11.
11. And you can keep on clicking enter and it will take you to every one of them. Let's go back to our first one. There is a way to take that first one, which is not a good way to do it either. Just like we did on absolute, we could put this whole thing in, cover this up in bracket, like this, first bracket. And then we could put a square bracket and put a number 1. And now we only have 1 of 1, and it won't go anywhere. It will pick that first 1. Any question?
No.
But that's not, you want to use that as your last resort, because what if there is another one comes up right before that?
Mm-hmm.
If they had another role equals navigation right up here, your test is going to fail. Because you want to click on this one, but it's going to look at number 1, go way up there on number 1 and click on that one. Okay? Where are we? We're on
span.
our
CRM, yes.
CRM. We need to click on CRM. So here's our CRM. So let's see if we can do this one. Tell me what to write. Absolute expat to catch this.
Double slash star nav.
Let's be more specific. We'll call it span.
Okay.
Span. And then
Double slash forward slash.
open close parentheses.
Square bracket.
Square bracket.
How many is there?
Okay. Then you select the, yes, copy.
Let's take that attribute and value and paste it.
Yes.
What symbol do we need here?
At the rate.
At the rate symbol.
Actually,
And then paste
yes,
it.
then, yeah.
Right? We pasted it. And it's telling me how many do we have?
11.
11. So that's not going to work. I mean, I could keep scrolling down and put a number right here after the bracket. You put a bracket like this and a square bracket like this and say number 3. Not a good way to do this. Because if there's another one come up, your test is going to fail. So another way to do this is, notice that even though this one, this element has this span class thing, same thing as span class that, but do you see this one says dashboard and this one says CRM?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's our unique aspect, which is a text. That's a text. So this expat option gives you another thing you can do. It's called text method. The 3 / tag name, open close, and you could put in the word text with the open close parenthesis like a method. You don't need the @ symbol if you're using a method. And put an equal sign and put that value right here, or the text right here, actual text. Understand? So we could be doing this. We could just take this thing off. Or if you want to add on top of it, you could put an and button. Well, let's just cut it off. Let's rewrite so you see it better. / span, open close square bracket. In here, you type in the word text, open close parenthesis like a method, equal sign, 2 single quote. Inside, you copy this text, paste it in here. How many do we have now?
Yeah, 1 of 1.
With me so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
And like absolute expat, it didn't go through every single element. It just jumped from the sky, goes there, finds something to use. Now, what if this CRM one day had a little space right here? You and I may not see it. We just see the word. We don't see the space. If you use this without the space, do you think that's going to recognize?
No.
There's a way to handle that also. Take a look at this. Let's go to head, and here's the title. The title contact space dash and then all of that, right? So what if you don't want to write all that? Let's hook to this guy first. Let's copy this whole thing. You tell me, guys, how am I going to write a XPath to catch this? Always start with what?
Double forward slash.
Double forward slash. Good. What's the next thing you need to write?
Title.
Title.
Yeah,
Correct. The tag name.
title.
Good job. Good job so far. And then followed by
Square
what?
bracket.
Square
Square
bracket.
bracket.
Good, good,
Text.
good, good. Keep it
And,
coming. Then what?
and then that
Text.
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 Text
Yeah,
because we're
open
doing
close
the text.
parenthesis
Always use
Open close
text. It's
parenthesis.
so good. And then
equals
two
Equals to.
single,
to the
single
total thing,
quotes.
the contact.
So double click,
Yep, that
copy,
files
paste
text
it in here,
application.
and then make sure you got a 1 of 1.
101.
Voila. You're done. But what if today it has that, tomorrow they decide to cut off this billing part? Is this going to work anymore?
No, that will not.
It will fail. It won't even find it. Watch this. If I just change a single letter, it gives me
Mhm.
0 out of 0. It can't find it. Therefore, there is a way you could say, I think they could change this. I think they could change this. They will never change this. So I'm just going to use that. Well, then you need to use something you already know called
It's contains.
contains. Yes, contains. So the contains thing work like this. And this is it. That's all I got. Number 4. Double forward slash tag name, open close. You start with the word contains. Okay? You put an open close parenthesis like the method. Inside the method is what you're going to say text. But contains takes 2 input with a comma. It doesn't use the equal sign anymore. So instead of the equal sign, you're going to convert this into a comma. And then you're going to insert all that in here. With this piece first, the comma, and then this piece next. So it's going to look like this. It's going to say text. By the way, text comes with his own open close parentheses. And then put a comma. And then you put the actual text, whatever that you see. Next. Like that. Basically, this contains method takes two input. Tortilla maker takes bread and flour separated by a comma. And then he does his thing, which you don't need to worry about. So how are we
Here
gonna
we
write
don't.
it? Hmm?
Here we don't need to worry about the uppercase, lowercase. We need to ignore.
And that could be problematic as well.
So it should be exactly the thing is there, right?
If it's an uppercase, lowercase, you cannot handle that one in this because you don't have the code access. So today, let's say you take text files with a capital T. If tomorrow it fails with the lowercase, they change it to lowercase, your test will fail. There's nothing you can do about it. You're gonna have to go in and change your code.
And change the XPath.
Your XPath needs to be changed because you can't. This is XPath. It's not your Java code that you could do dot contains and stuff. It has its own set that works that other things don't. So dot equals or dot lowercase doesn't work here. So let's do this. We're just gonna take this much. We're gonna say text files test application will never change. So we're gonna use that much, but this contacts and billing could change. Then you could say / title, open close. Here you could write the word contains, immediately do open close, go inside that bracket. Here you say, I want to check text. Abar, again, open close for text. I don't know, Bengali word keeps coming back into my mouth today. And now with a single quote or double quote, both works, but single quote's fine. You can type in anything in here and that will work. By the way, look at this. Even just by title, it gave me 101. Why? Because there's only one tag name called title. So if you didn't want to add anything to it, you can still hook on that element without any of that, as long as you get a 101. Let's say if I change this title to a star, look how many. It's actually going into every single text that I'm checking nothing. That means you could keep hitting enter. It's gonna probably go through everything, which is not a good thing. But the moment I put in this word text files, it will become less. Text files. Look how many it found. 6.
6.
Here's the text files. If I hit an enter, there's another one. Oops. Why is it coming? Welcome to text files tester. There's another one, text files. There's another one. Okay, but we can narrow it down more. Say, what was that? Text files test application. Text files test application. Look, what do we have now? One.
So it's always better to go with the title, right?
It doesn't. It's checked every single thing. It didn't care about the title with the star, but it did not find any phrase that has text files test application all at the same time other than in here.
So does it matter if the space is there or not existing?
Yes, space matters too. Like let's say there's a space right here. If I put a space here, it should still work. What is this?
Right.
Still 101. But there's only one space here, not two. If I put two, Now I got clear. Or sorry, I didn't put space. It was like another symbol. But here's a space. Now zero. So it's best if you don't put space, but if they have space, it won't fail you.
So inside
Give
the
them
space
extra
also
space.
matters or
You will
not?
get. What was that?
I mean, the inside the text, if it is more than one space or if there is no space, then
It
what
will
will
fail.
happen?
It will fail.
So maybe today the coder or engineer put one space. Tomorrow, if it is two inside that text,
It will fail. And
then
there's
how
nothing.
how could we solve it?
That one, you do have to open it up and change your XPath. And that's the maintenance that we do every 1 to 2 hours daily in our company. We have about 150 test cases, and it's not always XPath. Sometimes some things else break it, and we go fix. But XPath is one of them.
Okay.
Okay. Are we clear on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's go do the work. So we go in here, we right click on CRM, inspect. That's the element that we need to hook into. Oh man. Damn it. I still don't have enough that I taught you to get there. You see, this is not the element we need to click on, but we could click on it. It may or may not work. But whenever I right click on this element, it takes me to this, maybe not. After it opened up, what about not? No, still okay. Okay, that will work. Make sure that you get to that one where it points to that. So we're good. Somebody want to give me the XPath to get that?
Okay. //
Uh-huh.
then uh, tag name. I mean, uh, that is the
Span.
Good.
span class. Okay, then square bracket,
Good.
then what is the contain, never level,
Contains.
contain text,
Good. What?
then never level,
No.
CRM,
This
CRM.
is text.
CRM text.
That's an attribute and value.
Yeah, that is CRM text.
So you just do CRM. It has to be in cap, just like they
Yes,
have it.
yes.
Now we got this 101 and we can use this. Okay. So let's go to our code.
Just one more thing. Say we type like span and then contents and CRM and we found two, then we need to find something else, right?
We need to find something else. And in that case, you're going to hit another end like this.
Okay.
And then you could say, I want to use this class equals nav label. Then you click on that. You can use as many as you want to. So you can copy that and put the @ symbol. Why @ symbol? Because it's not a text or contains.
Yes.
It's a
If it's
tag.
a text, if it's a method, don't use the @ symbol. If you're using the attribute directly, use the @ symbol and then just paste it right here. And then it will be a little more specific. Still, you get 101. and you can
Yeah.
kind of stockpile as many as you want to.
So
But
okay,
we really
we can use both text and attribute to get the specific one sometimes.
correct. As long as your syntax is properly set, you can use multiple
Mhm.
conditions to
Right.
isolate to the specific ones. I'm going to delete this, keep it simple. We may need to do this later. I will show you when we do go into more deeper test cases. So let's go into our code, and here's our step. Click on CRM. So I'm going fast this time. Driver dot find element by dot look at, if I type in X, XPath comes up. Hit an
Yeah.
enter, immediately gives you that. Put a double quote, XPath has to go in as a string. Paste it right here. And then if you want to click it, say dot click. And then you're done. Got it?
Yeah.
We're going to do a thread slip here. I won't be able to cover the other intelligent weights today. Like I
It's more
told you,
than
I can't.
enough, man.
Yeah, like I
It's
told you, I
enough.
can't predict where I'm going to go, depending on the students and how the class goes. So after I click on CRM, it's going to wait 2 seconds. Then I want to click on list contacts page. So I right click, inspect, go in here, look at this. It's,
Contact A.
yeah. Do we
Hyperlink.
have an ID? Do we have a name?
No.
No. So we cannot use by ID, by name. And we said we can use the class name, not a good one, and link text I didn't show you. So what are we going to do?
So
Actually, let me just show you link text. This is actually a link text. How do I know that?
A and
Yes.
yeah, there
Even
is
though
a
it doesn't look like one, these look like link text, but that one didn't. But it has the letter A and has these words right here. So if it has this letter A, you know it's a link text. You can use that link text stuff. So this is going to be easy. All you do is you take this, copy this here, and you go to your code and just say driver dot find element by dot linked. Look at this link text, and you put in that link text what you found in that method, and it will find it. So I could do dot link text, and in quotation, because text is a string, say list contacts. It found the element. Dot click. Done. Oh, by the way, that was the step number
3.
this one 3. Do we want to see if it works or not?
yes, please first.
Thread sleep. 5 seconds. And then it's going to close. We're going to shut down these tests. Honestly, I could just comment out these and it won't run. 1, 2, run everything else. Okay, it's going to run that. Run it. Oh, I didn't put at the rate, did I? I need to comment this one and put this tag right here. Now run it. It's gonna happen fast. There's a login. Went to the CRM. Clicked on list contacts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shut down. Are we
Yes,
good?
yeah,
Okay.
it works.
All right. Our next step is fill in, oh no, click on add new contacts button. So guys, it's 1 o'clock already, so if you want, I can stop and carry on next weekend.
Yeah, it is better. It is better because it's too
Yes.
much, so we have to
Yeah.
go through.
Yes. That will be better.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to give you a lot today as much as the lesson really needed to be. So I'm gonna have to carry on here. There is a homework. By now, you should have enough information to do this homework, though. What you do is, I am gonna give you the code to do the CRM thing, but this is requiring you to follow these steps here. Menu should navigate to appropriate pages. You can still try to do this. Basically, just click, 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 and then see if this displays. So you could do, here's one thing that I'm going to leave you with. If I wanted to put a validation right now, that after I click on list contact page, did list contact display? So suppose we call it a new step here, list contact page should display. Guys, you can put as many validations you want to, but validation takes work. Only do it if you have to do it. You don't need to take one step in the house and say, I'm going to test the floor now to see if it's dirty. And then you take another step, I'm going to test again. No, you walk through the whole hallway, and then at the end of the hallway, you're like, okay, I'm going to test it now to see if the floor looks dirty. You wrap the whole thing in one. So your choice how you want to do it, but don't go so deep. Right now, well, I'm going to show you a validation that you're going to need on that homework. And that is, after we get to this page right here, list contact, we want to make sure that whether this list contact shows up or not. This thing shows up or not, this contacts.
Yeah, it's showing.
It's showing, but in your code, you have to validate it. So here's what you're going to do. You right click, inspect, and get an XPath for that. Help me get an XPath real quick here, right here. Here's that element right there, contacts. That's that contacts. So how do I write an XPath for this?
So the tag name,
Close your eyes.
double
First
slash,
thing you're going to say //
double forward slash, then tag name.
Don't tell me the syntax. I want you to tell me the answer.
H2.
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 Yes. I'll tell you
Yeah.
the syntax. You tell me the answer.
And then contacts. I mean, it's like text.
So content
No,
text,
contents.
If you do contains, it's safer, but doesn't mean it won't work if you just went to text equals contacts. Okay, that will work too. Text and then
then
Yeah, first, yeah,
comma,
single and contact.
then single bracket, single quotation, both. Then
contact.
the text name.
Yeah,
What is
contact.
that? Contact.
Right there. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay.
One.
Take that. See how easy this is. You know that's the element for the title of the page, that particular page. So you could say driver dot find element and in here you could say by dot xpath. Put in the xpath for that word that says contacts. Okay, and you could say dot get text. In fact, look at this. H2, didn't we learn H2 is the header of the page in our HTML class? Remember
Yeah.
that H2, like a
Mhm.
header?
Yes.
There's only one of them. So if you even don't put contacts right here, you could just say, I don't care contacts or not, just go to give me H2.
Simply H2. H2 will be
You,
only one.
you still only gonna get one. But whatever the text is right here, Selenium will connect to that and will get you that text handed over to you from the page. We'll pick it up and give it to you. So he will pick this up and give it to you. Now, here's where you can put a validation. So I can reduce this whole thing down right here. Really don't need that. I say, go to the page title, hook it to the page title, give me the text. What does this text need to be for me to say that it went to context page? What does it have to be?
Content.
Contact.
Dot contains contents. Agree?
Yes.
If this whole thing comes out to be true, then pass. If this comes out to be false, then fail. So you could wrap this in a if statement like this. If. And then you could put an open close parenthesis here and then say sys
Test
out,
pass. Sys out. Pass.
pass.
Simply pass.
And then you could say else.
Else fail. Sys out fail.
Done. You see how simply you can validate anytime you want, in any step you want, but don't do it for every single step. I mean, you could literally validate every single step. Step into bedroom, check to see if the bedroom master bed displays. Check into the kitchen to see if the kitchen counter displays. Check into the walk into the dining room to see if the dining room displays. But you don't need to do that all the time for every single step. Let me copy paste this code to you. This is how you can validate this homework that's there. So go into that page, read that homework, ping me if you have any problems. It tells you step by step what you need to do. There's two of them, scenario 1 and scenario 2. It also tells you how you're going to grade yourself to see if you did it right. The rubric tells you what you must you have in your test. Forget about this explicit weight. I wasn't able to cover it. Same thing right here. But the rest you should be able to do. If you have any trouble doing that, ping me, let me know if I need to host a class. Remember, if you don't ping me, I don't host a class. You are going to take responsibility of your own education. That's the whole thing from that particular page that I just did today.
I mean, so our homework will be to complete all the 9 scenario.
9?
I mean, all the 9 steps.
All
the 9 steps that you just wrote to log in and validate CRM list contact.
Well, this one has 7 steps, right?
Yeah, I think you added 2 more, like profile page, then clean this one, validate again, created contact.
Well, here's a scenario. This is a smoke test, by the way, just checking to see if menu goes to the right page or not, which I just showed you right now how to do. So, as a matter of fact, I just showed you the homework thing, the list contacts maybe, but you just do it yourself. This is nothing. This just tells you what you need to check for in your test code. And the other one is add new account. So this is You go to the bank cache, click on new account. New account page should display. See this? That's a validation right there. And then you do fill in the blank. Use XPath, don't use CSS. Hit the submit button. And then account created success message should display. So when that message displayed, get the XPath of that and then see if that contains something like a success word or is it fail word there. Use your judgment on that and then pass or fail right there. Me on that?
Mm-hmm.
See, part of your test automation, becoming an automation engineer, you're gonna inherit a lot of these test cases in your company. And you're gonna have to go through these steps yourself and try to understand. It's kind of like pulling your hair sometimes, but you have to do that. And I can explain everything, make things super easy for you. And that's not gonna make you into a strong professional. So I would like you to read this, synthesize it, do your exploratory testing with this information. Come up with the design of your test. In one single class, give me the automation that you need to automate this. Okay, that's the challenge. If you try, you are there. You know, you must try it. I don't care if you are successful in doing the whole thing or not. But if you tried it and you got blocked, it's okay. Let me know you got blocked. I will unblock you. But success is you trying. That is the most important thing. Any other questions?
So far, no.
No.
Okay. Then I will see you next weekend.
See
Thanks,
you.
guys.
Bye bye, everybody. Thanks,
All right.
guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a
Thank
nice
you
week.
all.
Take care.
Thank you,
Bye bye.
everybody.
Thank you. You're welcome. Bye bye.